What's up? Hey everyone. How's it going? I took the strategy of, oh geez, what's happened to my budget? I swear it was alright when I left it. I mean, it can't be, because this is where I left it. What are we saying about reserves? Probably raise taxes. Yeah. Anyway, hey Connor. What? I took the strategy of starting the game before I started my stream, but that meant that I had two different types of music playing in the background. Also, like, I've been doing some thinking, been doing some really serious UE thinking, and I'm pretty sure like the Streamlabs add-on to this that says people are following or whatever. I think it does correctly reports when people follow or subscribe or donate, but I think it like makes up a bunch of them, like, because there are quite a few that just seem to have like made up names, just like Catgirl XXX or something like that, and I think it does that to, like, well, I don't know, bullshit you, encourage you or whatever. But anyway, I don't like it, so I've tried to delete it. Right, low market access. What tasks are we faced with, I ask you. French low counties. This has low market access. Unable to hire. Okay. Okay. What can we do here? Railways. Publicly traded? No. We don't have enough qualifications, I remember that now. The French low count countries. Wait a second. Whoa, we're straight into this, aren't we? We're straight into this. Because right. Oh, it doesn't, that's not costing any money. Oh, whoops, we're on, Jesus, okay, we're on way too fast. French low counties. Let's just go on one, just to, while we mull all of this over. So, French low counties is doing okay. But we need to, okay, so that's on auto expand. So we need to, I just want to push it up the schmig. So, okay. So let's get that bloody, and here, Auvergne Limousin, Aquitaine. If you're looking for the answer, if you came to this stream looking for an answer to the question posed in the title, the answer is whatever you thought of it before, you probably still think of it. That is Victoria 3. Auvergne Limousin, Aquitaine. Like over a long-ish period, there have been plenty of here we are. Improvements there have, I think, and we were discussing how laws passing is split into 3 shorter stints so that there's less RNG in determining the whole thing than before, but on the whole it is pretty much the same. And one of the main changes is this private construction is more self-driving, which sounds good, but there are so many bottlenecks. Maybe it's just how I play, maybe I'm just shit, but like There are so many bottlenecks that steam trains. Well, let's exempt those areas then. And those again. And that just doesn't have enough qualifications. Oh, we can't build the Eiffel Tower. Well, that's ridiculous. But yeah, like, I think you just need quite a lot of top-down command and control in this game. And the combination of the new private construction mechanic and me choosing laissez-faire early on, because I'm French, I think it's been pretty deadly. Whoa, we've got loads of bureaucracy. Okay, let's try and up... let's go to try and increase law enforcement, because I think we've got like an aim to get the institution level 5 for law enforcement, so maybe we'll get a bonus if we do that. Hi DT, I really enjoyed your most recent interview. I'm definitely going to check out that book. It's weird to be in a heterodox apartment and hear how economists think the whole field gets critiqued. Yeah, it's really interesting, like that Elizabeth Pott Berman's book, for those not in the know, called Thinking Like an Economist, How Efficiency Replaced Equity as a goal of US public policy, or something like that, is like a book just documenting the historical rise of economists, and it's really good. It's so detailed on like what actually happened, and quite balanced, like not in a phony balanced way, but in a like, look, economists just didn't suddenly take over one day. They, it was gradual, it was full of failures. There are still areas where they don't dominate, and recently, even in the past 10 years, perhaps they've been on the decline. But nonetheless, there are these major areas, and it's not just macroeconomics, it's not just central banks, it's not just in the decisions of governments, it's in regulatory agencies, competition authority, antitrust, environmental goals. Steel. Should we go steel? We'll go steel, and then we'll... Mate, let's just establish this. Why is that? Would not currently increase in prosperity. Well, let's go paper then. I mean, we'll just choose the ones that are going to increase in prosperity. Alright. Enact total separation. Am I repressing the Catholics? I think I am. Suppressing. Repressing, suppressing. It's all much of a muchness. The important thing is that we somehow damage them. Landed voting. Oligarchy. No. Age of Empires 4. I think after I do France, after I complete France, I might play a bit of Age, because I played it, like, it was the first game I ever streamed, and that was literally 2 years ago. And I'm just up for revisiting it, because it is good. One of the things I don't like about Age, or any, like, RTS, is that it's actually really difficult to talk while you're doing it. Like, it's just too hard. Like, it's so quick. If you watch the good, well, almost any Age streamer, they'll just be playing it pretty much with a really focused look on their face. Yeah, like, I mean, I didn't, in a way, it's a whole nother thing I could have touched on with Elizabeth. I was going to ask her a bit about behavioural economics, which is my field, but heterodox economics, the influence of that, how that differs from mainstream economics. We did kind of talk about it, because we discussed how there isn't like a fully coherent alternative, right? One of the most successful heterodox theories out there is MMT. and MMT is largely macro, right? It's like, I'm not saying there are no MMTers that study micro, but like, what is the proposal of MMT for antitrust policy? Like, that's not in the realm of MMT. Almost in the name, it's like it's inherently focused on money, central banks, fiscal policy, monetary policy, and taxes, right? And automatic stabilizers, all of that macro stuff. But it's not. There isn't really an MMT approach to antitrust or competition. There's the approach of MMTers, but I don't think you could call it the MMT approach. And so neoclassical economics has that unity, that wide applicability of the consumer, the maximizing model, the consumer, the firm, to almost anything, right? Mate, I got so much bureaucracy. Did I get like a society? What does this mean? Is this, oh, that's what I'm actually... See, psychoanalysis would be cool. Couple of years until we get anarchism. Whoa. Vacuum canning. Mate, we need some ports. Oh wait, the Eiffel Tower's already being built. Oh shit, I didn't realise that. I might just move it down slightly. Just so all these railways get built, because the railways have just been a massive thorn in my side. Cultures. Reinforced concrete is spreading. Cultural exclusion, freedom of conscience. How's colonialism going? Boy, we've got this, right? Dye plantations. And French Senegal. Wait. Why am I not... French Senegal. Unincorporated state. I don't understand. I actually thought they were my colonies. Puppet state. Oh, okay, that's a bit different, isn't it? I feel like it's worth getting the most out of these mines in these colonies. Otherwise, what's the point? See, fishing. Well, to be fair, you can actually wait. That was a bit blasé of me, but wait. I'll just do one. One of each. You can't do auto expand on port, although that looks like it might need one. Lead and sulfur. Yeah, lead and sulfur are important, right? Got such bad construction efficiency. Maybe we need... Netherlands has colonized Gabon. Maybe we need construction. Where's construction? They've got such slow construction, the colonies. Construction sector is going to cost, but I think our budget's doing pretty well, right? What are our populations saying? Are we... So the lower strata are still impoverished. Grain, clothes, and liquor. They're just poor, aren't they? I mean, our labourers are increasing. They're almost overtaking our peasants. Hello, Shamoke33. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, PK Micro. Yeah, you've got Lavoie, Lee, and like everybody who quotes Lavoie and Lee, like Nathan Tankus or whatever. But like that's it really. Like, is there really anything in that tradition like that's comprehensive, that's like policy relevant? Trade states. Whoa. Transfer of states. Mate, why do I want you? Why would we swap colonies? It's a stupid idea, I think. Not that I actually looked into it really, but you know, it sounded stupid, and that's the important thing. Okay. I've not heard of Linwood Tawhid, to be honest with you. Linwood Tawhid. Yeah, I really haven't. Critical institutionalism, what does that mean? Critical of what? Is it like critical realism? Radicals by profession. 2.98 million, 2.96 million. Labourers and peasants. Almost 3 million of each. I mean, this is just... How do I... Don't really know what to do. I mean, I can try and import more. Can import a bit more wheat. Get the peasants going. Well, and the labourers. As long as it makes money, is as good a criteria as any, I think. I can import cloves. I mean, I'll do one more just to like make it, kind of. Oh god, we really are running out of convoys though, aren't we? Cloves and liquor. We'll import a bit of liquor. Okay, we've run out of convoys. See this we've now got a qualifications bottleneck, right? Let's upgrade our naval base. We've got a qualifications problem. If we could just Upgrade the level of qualifications. The annoying thing is you can't auto-expand ports for some reason. Is that like common to all trade, everything in development? Oh, cool. We'll increase the level of... I think just upgrade those ports and try. Right, we are building... Oh, the universities are all the way down there. Right. That'll do, that'll do. Yeah, impoverished is better than starving. I mean, yeah, they were starving before, I think, right? They were doing really badly, but I don't think they're starving anymore. Population. Impoverished, impoverished. Clerks are middling. Secure, affluent. Oh, this limits them to a low standard of living. Oh, right, there's actually... Oh! In subsistence building. So that can't... Okay. So that actually can't change. Should we import a bit of coal? Ooh. It's going to cost us, isn't it? What does this do? Wait, let's have a look at the market and what the bloody hell's going on. Die. Are there any unproductive ones? Well, we'll keep the cloves. But let's import a bit of coal, even though that's expensive. I mean, this isn't even... Is it really touching the size? Is it reducing the impact of coal? Maybe that's not... Maybe that's actually not a great idea, what I've just done. When you import... Like, when you import stuff, does it really help your population that much? I don't like this coal. I actually don't think that's the best idea. Also, I want to be building my own stuff, right? Election coming. What's total separation saying? Nah. Faithless leaders. The Republican Party's endorsement of Remy Lignon has come under attack by the Resistance Party campaign, arguing that a leader who rejects religion cannot be trusted to keep promises or maintain a sound moral compass. Those so poor in spirit. Yeah, good. Hate the Catholic Church. Where munition plants exist and are thriving, they should auto-expand. Or rather, they will expand when they are thriving if we click auto-expand. Where are... Outliner. Industrialists have the most clout. Armed forces have quite a lot. The intelligentsia are up. These guys seem to be doing okay. French metal works, maybe not. Where do I find the like ranking of countries? By oh, here it is. Here it is. Relations between France and France are neutral. Well, that's good to know. Infamy. Wait, get away, box. Fucking paradox boxes everywhere in Victoria. It's just like everything you do just opens a box that you've never seen. Stop it. See? Right on cue. We don't have any infamy. We haven't really done anything like mean. The thing is, I don't know if I've got the minerals to go to war in Europe. Like, I'm surrounded by other superpowers. You know what I mean? I can't just be... I mean, maybe Spain. Let's have a look at Spain. So you've got Spain, Prussia, Russia, Austria, Hungary, Great Britain and France. Like, even Scandinavia is doing pretty well. The music's good though, isn't it? Should we turn it up a little bit? Whoops. That's down. That's the opposite. That's the opposite of up, I note. Brazil's doing well. We're friendly with Brazil. Should we see what's going on? Change to our customs union. Do we even have a customs union active? Move capital. Wait, where is the customs union? Oh, it's through diplomatic lens, isn't it? It's not through anarchism. Hey-oh. Oh, Jesus Christ, we just lost a lot of authority. Makes sense. What are we doing? Suppressing the... Can we get rid of some consumption taxes? Let's have a look at these interest groups, because I'm not sure... I think we need to keep suppressing the landowners and Catholic Church. Who are we boosting? We're bolstering the armed forces. Okay, no, let's dispense with that now. The armed forces have enough. They've got enough clout. Insufficient construction for investment pool. What do I need to? Do I just need to start increasing construction where meat packaging? No. Is that basically just a call to increase the amount of construction buildings? Wait, okay. We'll do that. We've got the money as well in the budget. Hi, Elijah. Time to make cooperative Commonwealth. Yeah, we'll I mean, we'll get there. We will get there. It's just that we literally remember that we're France, all right? Remember that we're France, okay? We're a massively colonial and quite monarchist authoritarian place. Look, I can't, like, I can't get rid of monarchy. I mean, I don't even have the opportunity, but even if I did, presidential republics, like, that's going to cause a lot of resistance. Parliamentary republics, similar. Council republic, out of the question. Can I do census suffrage? Don't have the option, but look at that. Look at that ratio, 16 to 70. That's not going to work. Let's see who's been elected. The industrialists and... Well, let's just go with that government because it looks good. But yeah, like, I can't pass any progressive laws beyond where I am now. Although we do have like public healthcare and a bunch of shit like that. Oh shit. Wait. Home affairs. Let's increase welfare payments because the population's still quite impoverished. Nice. I've got the bureaucracy. Why did I get that? Is that did anarchism do something for bureaucracy? No. We're just squaring off this line, by the way. That's why I'm... Oh, we got feminism. Feminism's coming up. Reinforced concrete's researching itself, of course, as it does. As everyone knows, you can grow concrete. That's an obscure reference, I don't know. Does anyone remember that? What did you think about your talk with Keane? I always find the moderation horrible. They always interrupt interesting trains of thought and ramble on about random nonsense. That's quite a strong opinion. Nah, I mean, I can understand where you're coming from in the sense that it was more chaotic than like one of my traditional interview streams would be, and I would like to get Keane. Maybe when he writes his new book, when he releases his new book, I can read it and then just interview him in a more straightforward way. But I don't know. I found it kind of cool to do like a different type of thing where it's like lots of different people talking. It's a bit less directed. I think it was maybe a bit more fun. But it depends what you're looking for, really. Also, can I say I was a very good sport doing those Irish accents out of the blue? I think they thought I was Irish. Has anyone watched the Steve Keane video? They just asked me to read out all the credits, the top commenters in Irish accent, and there were there's like 20 or more of them, and I literally had to just read out words that I'd never even seen before in an Irish accent, and I'm not Irish. I can't do an Irish accent better than like the average person. It has been revealed that Hugo Dormont, better than I can do a French accent though, I have to say, of the Catholic Church, has been having a secret affair with a member of the clergy. His resignation is being demanded. No. He's Catholic. Screw him over. Anything that brings down religion is good in my books. To what extent... Most of Victoria 3... Most of Victoria 3, I think, is... like the building. It's the economy, right? That it seems to me that most of the stuff that comes up is managing the economy. What do I research? What do I build? What tools do I use to do all of that? And the budget. And then the political stuff. Okay, yeah, you've got like past laws, but they're very slow, and the institutions, but they're very slow moving, right? And you've got elections, and you can bolster or suppress certain interest groups and stuff, but that's passive. So day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute, what I'm doing is mostly just managing construction. Like that, it seems like the game, I mean, it depends. Maybe it's an economics game, but it seems like it's supposed to be more than that. And I wonder if it's just a little bit too balanced towards that aspect of things. Whereas like the diplomacy and stuff is like, I don't know, like you either improve relations or you expel or you damage relations and you can expel people or establish a colony. It's like, compared to, for example, civilization, where you've got like speech options, right? Like that's a, you know, that's a really good way to have diplomacy. Like, what do you say? Like, and I think the war in this, although that's one thing that's been improved in the patch, apparently, I haven't gone to war because, again, I'm in Europe in the 19th century. It would be suicide. But yeah, I don't think even with the additions, it's like the war's that sophisticated compared to other games like this. The law system is unbalanced too. The percentages are a joke. Do you mean, wait, yeah, what, like this, where I just can't, yeah, I just can't do anything? I mean, although I guess, although you're right from a gameplay perspective, it's kind of realistic, isn't it? in a depressing sort of way. That was a bit strange, lol. Are you talking about the Irish accent? Yeah, look, when something like that happens in life, this is my general life advice for you. If you are forced to do something wacky, whether it's like fancy dress or something like that, you know, taking part in a silly dance, doing an Irish accent on live stream for like an extended period, you just need to do it. Like, the best way out is to do it. Like, the worst thing you can do that will make you feel bad and embarrassed is actually just to like run away from it. Honestly, it's much more awkward. You've just got to go with the flow. In terms of development cycle, they had to nail the economy sim first. The rest can be added on progressively. You may be right. I think that's fair. What is happening to my bureaucracy? Why is... Wait, what's going on here? The institutions are increasing. But it seems to just keep going up. And what's going up? Anyway, in any case, I can improve some more institutions. In fact, let's just go all the way with welfare payments. Let's enrich our starving population. Look at them. Impoverished, impoverished, impoverished. That's like 45 million people or something impoverished. Let me take a little look at the techniques. Elastics, input shortage of rubber, mechanized looms. See, the problem is, right, that's gonna draw in fewer. If I mechanize the looms, it's gonna draw in fewer laborers. No rubber. Let's do publicly traded there, because I think that's probably a good thing to do in terms of, like, you know, building capitalism or whatever. Shipyards. Not enough qualifications, not enough qualifications. Again, I feel like it's kind of your risk. One thing I'm learning is that during the industrialization process, if you do research labor-saving technology, you are at risk of skipping that kind of stage of peasants becoming workers and then growing. You become a sort of like India. You get in an India type situation. I mean, I'm gonna... Okay, exempt that. I'm going to increase food production just because. Great. See, no, you don't want... No, no. I think I actually balanced that quite well in the previous play last week. Not enough qualifications. Okay, we really need to start thinking about universities, everyone. All this subsistence stuff. Oh dear. Okay. No. Qualifications. Again. I was a bit frustrated how it always stopped short of going really going into the topics that were addressed. I like Keane's work, but I think his show has potential for improvement. Look, like on the off chance that anyone who was on that show is watching, I mean you no offense, but like they are older guys, right? They're older guys, and they have a certain way of presenting their ideas, which is probably not as suited for modern content and YouTube and stuff, and you know, let alone TikTok or whatever. And part of that's like, I mean, I don't think it's either good or bad. It's like, it's just how things change. And like, they all probably have really good attention spans, whereas probably most of us watching have like really shit attention spans because we grew up in this age. So that's one thing, but it's like that kind of style of program where I think you've just got like, here I am, here's a bunch of us like old white men talking, here's the information, and the camera's just zoomed in on our heads, like it's just our heads. You know what I mean? Compared to like my setup, which isn't amazing, but you can see like I've got like foreground and background, right? And I've got like the mic, a good mic showing in front of me, high sound quality, you know what I mean? Like all of that type of stuff is maybe missed by the older generation. Having said that, it did have 3,500 live viewers, which is more than any of my live streams, so you know. If you have a ruler who is a reformer and an autocrat, you can pass anything he endorses, no matter the percentage, like the market liberal cheat for Russia. Whoa, okay, whoa, hey. I mean, this is a constitutional monarchy, right? So we've got a righteous government. The amount of radicals is kind of steady. Oh no, sorry, it's going up and up. Plus 1.2 million since... How could it have changed from that if there were negative loyalists before then? Can somebody who knows about this game, possibly you, Antoine, because you seem to know a lot, how can the number of loyalists have changed? Oh, but that's a gross figure. That's a gross figure, right? Have changed by more than there are. Yeah, so I guess if there are some loyalists converting to radicalists or something like that, then that doesn't... Yeah. Right, let's have a quick look at the institutions. Yes. Social Security investment. The Eiffel Tower. Jeez, can we see it? Hello. Look, everyone, we've done it. We've made it. The Eiffel Tower's in Paris. Why didn't I get an achievement? Paradox, that's the most basic achievement. The landmark that's known for being in a specific place has been put up in a specific place. Come on. Put the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Achievement name. I don't know. Je ne sais quoi. Tenant farmers who are arguably enslaved receiving welfare payments. What a world. Hey, look. they are free labourers, you know. They are free labourers. And no, I will not hear any type of criticism or scrutiny over what free labourers means. That's just wokeness. And we don't tolerate wokeness at Unlearning Economics. Look. Home workshops. They're free peasants instead of serfdom. They're so free. Plus there is immigration and they swap. Loyalists can become more radical and vice versa. No tower achievement. I love Keane, but like a lot of my MMT professors, he has a bit of a tendency to switch from lecture mode to stand-up comedy act about mainstream economics. There's an achievement in Hearts of Iron 4 for nuking the Eiffel Tower, so maybe Paradox has a bit of a bias. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if it's a bias against the French, then, you know, what can I say? That's good. That can only be good. Hold a grand exhibition to show the world all your wonders. Look, I'm still building, like, ports and shit, you know. Right, let's get these universities going, because... yeah, so get the universities going. Hopefully at some point we can upgrade the ports. If we upgrade the ports, our convoy problem will be solved. And then we can move over to whatever other notification captures my ADHD brain. Right, what's going on over here? Speaking of which, diplomatic play in Arabia. Escalation is continuing. Shall I declare neutrality? The Lahej Peasant Revolt are cocky. Wait, they're both cocky. I'm going to declare neutrality, partly just because I want to do something. Homesteading. No, 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 no. Why would we do that? Disappearing interests. Southern Africa. Whoa. One second. Where can I colonize? The thing is, Oceania doesn't really have that much. I think it's just going to cost me, like, bureaucracy, right? Which is incidentally what Adam Smith said about British colonialism. I should... Okay, what's going... Whoa, whoa, whoa. What, Okay, so my individual states, a lot of them actually have terrible capacity. Oh, because they don't have... Because they don't have government administration. Well, that place didn't even have one. Neither does this. Mate, what's going on here? Right, okay. Let's fix this. We need to fix... I was only looking at tax at the macro level up until just now. Government administration. Yeah, of course their taxes aren't coming through. They haven't got any government administration. How have I managed not to... I think that's so... Correct me if I'm wrong. I think if you're talking about probably like the development tab of buildings, right? You need to spread them more thinly so that everywhere has like at least some and as much as it needs. Whereas if you're talking about industry, I think you need to concentrate it. That's what I'm beginning to understand, finally. What are you doing? In fact, why don't you... See, this is the thing, right? You literally... I mean, those are... I think basically everywhere with that isn't a colony that doesn't have one needs them. I've just been expanding them too much in the capitals. In the capital. You can declare an interest in South America and colonize there, but you would have to revoke Argentina claim first. What? Wait, why? How does that work? Is that... Right. So where you can declare an interest actually depends on... Do I have a claim to Argentina? Domestic, diplomacy. Do I? There are no valid targets. Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Antoine. I think living through the neoliberal revolution made a lot of the older heterodoxy bitter. It seems much easier nowadays. Some of my friends are now teaching in mainstream departments. Yeah, and I think it is... It's a shame, isn't it? I think you're right. And yeah, like being completely neglected, shouting in the dark, having the worst versions of mainstream economics actually get into policy and things like that. And I think if you look at people like... Yeah, the younger generation, the student movement, some of the interesting stuff that's come out. And I mean, they're not all younger, right? You've got like Stephanie Kelton, for instance, Kate Raworth, Mariana Mazzucato, Hagyun Chang, Yanis Varoufakis. You've got those people, but they... and they're not... They don't strike me as especially bitter, with the possible exception of Varoufakis, although he has other reasons to be bitter, namely Greece and the Eurozone and what happened there, which is kind of fair enough. But anyway, the point is, yeah, I do the younger generation I think are more promising in heterodox economists, but we've at the same time, it's like without like Steve Keen, numerous other people like Chang, who's older, some of the post-Keynesians, I wouldn't really have found heterodox economics. So, and we're also riding the wave of, well, the horrible wave of the 2008 financial crisis, as well as a lot of the other stuff, the other bad stuff that's happened. So there was this, obviously, never let a good crisis go to waste type dynamic. Stiglitz, yep. Wait, so I have to revoke Argentina's claim to South Africa. Ah. But how do I even do that? How do I even begin to do that? Right. In the future, the Argentina's going to have Javier Milei. You can't even really enact anarcho-capitalism, can you? You can do like... You can do laissez-faire, but I already got that. Cooperative ownership. Industry banned. Child labour still allowed. Wow. Camera. And then feminism's after camera. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes complete logical sense, that progression. Oh yeah, Graeber. You got Graeber as well. But they're like... like those guys. They are like the kind of person that just blocks you on Twitter if you disagree with them. You know what I mean? Like... not that some young people don't do that all the time as well. Noah Smith. But yeah, like, honestly, like, Graeber had blocked me on Twitter, and I literally just posted an article that, like, was a very, like, critique of him. And there are other examples as well. Do you remember John Weeks? I feel really bad because these are two guys who have died, right? But but I'm just saying, like, John Weeks, who was like an older heterodox economist who wrote some interesting books about mainstream economics and inequality and stuff, and I thought I'd met him in real life as well, and he was quite a nice guy, but he blocked me on Twitter just because I literally said one thing that was like mildly critical. It's just like, I'm sorry, get out of your own arse. Horror clown capitalism. Yeah, there needs to be what Yanis Varoufakis is neo-feudalism. Tech feudalism. Is the computer age really in this game? Market access in... okay. More railway. Sorry, was it Auvergne Limousine? Yeah. So we can up that one. Try and get the universities built. See if that manages to... because we've just got this massive qualifications bottleneck. I mean, we are literally having the India problem, right? We've got like a massive peasantry, not that many labourers. What do you want? Defensive pact? Okay. Just in case the bloody Germans invade me. Or the British. Yeah, but like then we might have like a highly educated service sector at the top as well. State atheism. The thing is, I think one of the things that's annoying, and somebody was talking about the percentages here, but it's not just the percentages, it's the when you've got these really unfavourable percentages, right? 21.3, 22.9, 21.34, 22.9 against, which is like a bad idea. You need like 3 times as... happened to the sound then. You just like... you get notified that you should enact it, and it's like, no. How do I get rid of this crap? Ignore. Is it my agitators? What are my agitators up to? What does he really want? Enact state atheism. Well, only one of them. Okay, we've got 2 who want to enact state atheism, both intelligentsia affiliated. So let's see how that goes. Glass. That's got auto expand. That's got auto expand anyway. Let's put auto expand on that one. And yeah, okay. Are there any private Glassworks coming through? Yep, there are some. Are my populations any better? I've just upped the welfare payments by 2 and they're still impoverished. The standard of living has gone up. The lower strata are impoverished, but they are above their minimum expected. We're gradually improving things, everyone. We're doing it. Yeah, exactly. Well, we almost had a civil war when I tried to enact... oh, God, what was it last time? When I tried to enact... Not wage subsidies. Commercialized agriculture, I think, actually, it was. Quite funny. Language in the classroom. Melanesian students sometimes use their native language in French schools. Some have called for teachers to penalise the use of these languages, forcing children to speak the official language of France. Schools should teach them to plus 20% radicals. Yeah, good. Do this. Do this. Desperately need a great leap forward. I mean, a good one. Not like the one that actually happened. Capitalist farms. We've got these, and they are expanding. Like sorry. Wheat farms, rice farms, livestock, vineyard, then mines as well. Are you British, JDM? Or you could be American as well, to be fair, with language like that. Landowners, armed forces, him. Good. That's... Well, this is going to be good for our industry, right? Okay. That will do. Whoops. State atheism. Oh, shit. Mate, those agitators have worked. Come on. Let's get state atheism, and not the Reddit kind of atheism, hopefully. Now, Ator, if you're gonna say you need stuff like you need a Red Vienna moment, you're gonna have to bear in mind that I don't actually know anything about history beyond just playing Victoria 3, so I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. This is market access. Is this? Were we not building the... It's still... The railway. Does this not... Currently hiring. Okay. So that's how... So I think we just need to leave the railway we just built to hire. Which is fine. The budget is doing okay. Now if we... University. So I'm just... Where produces steamers? Sorry? Is it here? The port... Is it? Oh, shipyards, of course. Steamships, not enough qualifications. This is the thing, right? It is literally this qualifications. Right. Steel hulls. More engineers, fewer labourers. More... I don't... Yeah, the military stuff I'm not too bothered about. Wait, what decision? What decision might I regret, Connor? Oh. Wait. Wait. Does that... Oh shit, does that affect their attitude towards us? Law progressed to drafting. Right, we need these government administration buildings to increase the tax take. But again, these universities, man. It doesn't have the funds to hire anyone. Can I subsidise the universities? Hey-oh. This is... yeah. I don't know. I'm not really sure what to do about the university situation. I mean, I might just have to beef it up again. Even in the colonies, as long as they've got the population. Because it's like the population of an area, right? So, especially if it's a colony, like the budget. Ammunition on the French market. I mean, they're auto expanding. It's like a little bit expensive. It's not that important, is it? We're going to get feminism in a minute. Switch universities to the secular mode. I think they are, right? Sorry. Oh, shit. Not enough. See, it says not enough qualification. This is the bind I find myself in, right? I want more bureaucracy, so I'm going to go psychoanalysis. Analysis. Okay. What am I doing? So I don't. So that the effect of that is like. I mean, I changed it. Maybe this is better. Maybe I just bite the bullet of no qualifications and just let it like progress. Steamer's input shortage. Yeah, maybe this is the way. Maybe this is the way. You just force it through a little bit. If I do this, so exempt them. Right, that's a good. That was a good bit of importing there. Might just have to slightly raise taxes. Although, to be fair, actually, I mean, what are we saying? No, actually, we should raise taxes because we're building all these construction buildings too. So that's gonna ammunition. We'll have a little bit of ammunition. These are all auto-expanding, a lot of these. The problem is the development buildings that I keep having to build are fucking taking all this shit up. Population. Where are all the academics? There's quite a few. Unable to hire. Go back to the LeBlanc process. I guess that's good, right? Inactive trade route. Get rid of the ones that are costing us productivity. Good, good, good. Elastics. Can't do that. Mechanized looms. Okay. So none of those changes are good. But this is like, so Normandy is hiring. Should be expanding, but I mean, so you just gotta let them iron out the kinks, right? These explosives factories are not doing well. Wait a second. Cool. Bessemer process. Well, upgrade. Yeah, I'd rather employ more labourers right now, but just because smooth bores. Just because that's going to improve the industrialization process kind of on the whole. There's no point in changing to that. Extraterritoriality in God's nation. Attempting to expel missionaries, clerics, faith healers and the like has caused an uproar abroad. Belgium has resisted the forced extradition of their citizens in France. We should rethink this before... Rethink this before we have a war. Force them out if you have to. They can stay if they swear off their faith. Right, I see what you were saying, Connor. The Belgians are, in fact, kicking off. Let's say they can stay if they swear off their faith. I don't mind if the enactment success goes down because... because there's no revolution or civil war brewing. Photographic art, good. Urban centre. Try and upgrade this. Normandy. Normandy definitely needs another university, right? I think that's... Wait, Normandy's... I haven't even tried to build one. Right, okay, 1 second. Where is Normandy? Up here. That's Brittany, that's Normandy. Really good geographic knowledge. Outstanding. The part of France that's closest to me. Okay. What are we doing? French markets. No. No, no, no. Okay, so that's getting built. We could upgrade the port. We've got plenty of government administration and construction. What we also need is university, right? Are there no universities? Or am I blind? Okay. Livestock ranches. Unable to hire. Okay. That's slightly better. Now they're getting a surplus. I feel like it's a bit clunky, the organisation, although I am trying to build loads of stuff at once, but I reckon they could improve it. The interest in photographic arts throughout France has spawned many new artistic movements experimenting with the technology. Technology spread for society. Migration attraction. I reckon that just because I want more loyalists. And I feel like better migration attraction might create more loyalists. Or maybe it would just create more radicals, like everything I do seems to. Your school... Your school system and communication matters too. Like protected speech help innovation spread and research tech quicker. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, protected speech, I mean, that's like, what? Sorry, where is the censorship? Sorry, yeah. Right of assembly. Unlock guaranteed liberties. But where do I... Is that part of a technology? That I need to research it. Central planning, malaria, political agitation, mass propaganda, mass surveillance, macroeconomics. Ew. Steel combine of France is losing prosperity. Right, let's take a look at the steel industry. Why is it losing prosperity? Steel mills. It like ticks back, like takes you back kind of 2 things, which kind of bothers me. Okay. So some of these ones just need a boost, right? Then they can hire. Wonder if that'll improve things for the company. Do you only... Because there aren't actually really many options with the companies except to choose them. This is not doing great either. What are the tooling workshops saying? Input shortages of rubber. Rubber. Okay. That's not gonna... Where is the rubber? Because we need... Ah. Okay. Right, that's another one to boost, right? Rubber in French Guiana. Sorry. It's going to be a bit painstaking. I mean, this game is kind of painstaking, isn't it? Like, I just feel like I'm at work. No, that's an exaggeration. I definitely don't hate this game. But I find there's, like, by the time I finish a stream, I've definitely, like, reached my limit with it for the week. The use of extreme force is becoming increasingly common among police officers in Aquitaine. The working class and the socially conscious are rallying against the police as an institution. Oh, I don't want people to become more radical. We decrease. Why do they... They're always decreasing the... Low maximum organization. Okay, let's get this guy involved. Intelligentsia. Get this industrialist as well. Oh, we got some institution back. Should we do this? Home affairs. Minus political movement radicalism. Minus revolution. Oh, mate, that's well good. Let's just get that. Fuck the police. Oh, we can do that as well, to be fair. Social Security's investment level. But it hasn't seemed to help that much with the impoverished populations. I think I just need to get them into the factories. The children yearn for the factories. Some companies are geo-locked and require you to own those lands. Oh. Guaranteed liberties. Up the construction sector. Yeah, you might be right. I can lower taxes. Try and increase where there's no shortages. Oh, I can't. I don't think I can get any more agitators, but I mean, we're still trying to enact state atheism, right? So give it a chance. Give it a chance. I always forget that this is like a little map on a table. It's quite cute. A social club popular with the educated class has held a salon in Paris with Bernardo Tegas speaking in favour of state atheism as an honoured guest. Yes, more qualifications. Yes. Whatever we can get with qualifications, I think. Where is this rubber? I think I'll boost the construction just after I've got some of this rubber. and stuff, and these universities. Started reading Keen's recommendation, Micro Foundation's Delusion, and it's quite good. Not sure I entirely agree with the argument, especially in Minskian models where Keen only uses aggregate variables. Related to that, have you considered doing videos on methodology? Yeah, I mean, it's something that like I would like to do a bit more, but I do want to do a video on macroeconomics, which will definitely touch on all of these issues. It's just about trying to package them in a way that reaches more people. I mean, you know, this channel is much more free, right? It's like me chatting about so and so while I'm playing a game, or just uploading a one-off video, or that's like less produced or less well edited, or live conversations and stuff, so I can talk about stuff. So I'd consider doing it on this channel in the short term, and in the long term maybe on the big channel, but I've got to like package those types of discussions on my main channel in a different way to how I might like to, because like ultimately this really like high level methodological stuff I love, but a lot of people just aren't gonna click it, and that's like it's not the end of the world as a one-off, but it is like, what do people expect from your channel? How are you going to keep your channel like growing? And obviously like my income depends on it and shit like that, so it's complicated. You know what I did think? It's the type of thing that if I had a Nebula account, do you know Nebula? It's like the kind of co-op YouTube that a lot of creators use, like I think Philosophy Tube, Tom Nicholas, Lindsay Ellis is on there now. People like that use it, and that's like it doesn't really have like view count in the same way as YouTube. It's just like you follow a creator, so it's got less of that algorithm stuff. But that would be the kind of place I would release that kind of video, or like for my Patreons or whatever. I don't know. Have we improved the situation? No, if anything, it's got worse. The government administration buildings we've built have not helped the budget. That's so annoying. Spent ages. Foreign emulation. The successes that Etabaz have seen with its policies of state atheism, sorry, weird conjugation of the verbs there, have been noticed by supporters of Bernardo Tegas, who point towards it as an example of ideal government. You can almost tell how, like, when the game itself is getting tired of how long this is taking to progress, it's just like, yeah, we'll throw you this thing where both options give you increased enactment success chance. You use Nebula. I don't use it, actually. I'm, like, low-key annoyed that I haven't been invited to it, by the way. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I'd say I'm not big enough, but I'm sure there are smaller YouTubers than me on there. I just think I'm not left-wing enough. Or maybe someone there just thinks my videos are shit. In a gesture of solidarity with the Republican Party, Bernardo Tegas has encouraged his supporters to vote for it in the ongoing election. Go on, Republican Party. We really want the Republican Party to win, I think. Do we? I forget who else is in them. Oh, it's just the intelligentsia. Yeah, we do, yeah. And one of the only reasons you still use YouTube. Yes. It's good to hear. I don't think YouTube's declining, but it always has been like a bit crap, right? Like there's lots of videos I click on and I'm just like, man, this was not worth a video. YouTube is just full of annoying theatre kids, right? Like that's the cold hard truth. Although I guess Nebula probably is as well. All right, I've said too much. Right, that'll do. It's 99% by invite/rec from current creators. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Everyone hates me too much. I'm an outsider. Education is for the scratch. We don't want 10% radicals, this. Mate, let the agrarian and farmer party cook. I don't think they're that much of a threat. Nebula feels like a bit of an exclusive club. Yeah, that is the feeling. I mean, I don't mind, like, in a, you know, I don't feel left out. It's just that I would actually consider using it, and I think it might be quite cool. Yep. Come on. Go through. There's good stuff on YouTube, but there's just so much BS to put up with along the way. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm just astonished by, like, the very low amount of information in some videos and, like, the amount of opinion. You know what I mean? I'm not saying everything has to be, like, fucking tables and charts, but, like, can you do, like, some research beyond just Wikipedia or whatever? And yeah, like, one of the things about video, which I think a good critique of my channel would probably be that, like, I haven't quite got this right, and there's probably too much information in some of my videos, but, like, one good thing about videos and documentaries is that they drip feed you information in a more mystery novel type way, right? It's like a Netflix obviously have this formula perfect. Hbomberguy, a YouTuber who has this formula, like, down to a T, right? They drip feed you the information, they drip feed you the argument, and in that way it communicates it better and you remember it better. But sometimes it's like, okay, you're drip feeding me, you know, something that's just not really there. How do you do international economics? How do you even get started? Was that do you mean like in Victoria 3? Because I'm still working on that. What do you mean? How do you do international economics? I mean, if it's a class in your university, then you just do it, right? I don't think I understand the question. Contested government. Thing is, that's unacceptable, isn't it? Yeah. State atheism's, let's declare neutrality. State atheism is taking a while. But there's no proper resistance to it. This is what I like. So no civil war. Hold a grand exhibition. That would require me to build more exciting buildings like the Eiffel Tower, but I don't. State atheism. Hey, we got some authority as well. Catholic Church deactivated. Petit bourgeois have left. Whoa, this is good, right? Am I just like... Am I just sort of doing a rotation thing there for the yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, what should we use our newfound authority for? Shall we enact a consumption tax? Services. Not liquor or transportation because they're too important. Yep, services is the best one, right? $14 standard of living. Mate, I swear my come on, populations. Has my amount of peasants gone up? Population. Can I track this on like... Suppress more groups. The landowners are being suppressed. To be fair, I could suppress the petit bourgeois. I could suppress those motherfuckers. I don't even need to suppress the Catholics anymore, do I? Yeah, they're angry. Good. Shouldn't have fucking been pedos then, should you? Let's suppress the petit bourgeois. Actually, do we want to do that? Do we actually want to do that? I actually don't know if we do. No, let's suppress the rural folk instead, because we're trying to industrialise. I don't know why I would suppress the petit bourgeois if I was trying to industrialise. That seems silly. We've got super low taxes. Political migration. The rich and unstable political environment in France has proven attractive to political exiles and stateless people who have begun to congregate in the coffee houses of Paris. More prestige. Minus 10% radicals, I reckon. Morally, I didn't like that choice of turning away immigrants, but like in terms of its pure effects on my numbers, it was good. Oh, can we I mean, I feel like we're just about to get psychoanalysis, which will increase our bureaucracy anyway. So let's welfare payments. No. Up to full. Oil. What's oil saying? Oh, that's good. Okay. Automatic irrigation. Oh, we need to invent pump jacks. Let's go for pump jacks next then. Because we're way behind on that, right? Was it shift? Whoa, what just happened to my standard of living? Was that when I enacted state atheism? Let's have a little look at... Okay, this is getting a bit expensive, right? Nothing's massively expensive, but yeah. I mean... could always do with a bit of a boost here. Wood's really expensive. I mean, we don't care about fine art. It's not like wood's really that important, right? I mean, we can... it might be good for some industry if we import it. Is it good to import this much wood? Am I importing too much? Who knows? Who knows how this game actually works? Did that actually boost my bureaucracy just then? I feel like nothing actually happened to the amount of bureaucracy, and that's supposed to be minus 5% bureaucracy population cost multiplier. Oh, there we go. That's just gone up a bit. State atheism makes Catholics discriminated, I think. Make relations with Baghdad, yeah. Well, it's just Persia, isn't it? Oman as well. Where is the oil? Can we even import oil? Trade lens. Oil's really cheap. I swear something just told me oil was expensive, but whatever. Right, let's have a look at what we can do. Oh, I can't even. Can I get rid of him? See, I want free speech and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. I'd like to get rid of censorship, but... I don't... well, yeah. I need to get the right agitators right, but I can't even... There's nobody in there. But free speech... Film... Hi. Okay. Okay, this was. Oh, the reason they're producing nothing is because they aren't there. Whoops. Okay. Rail transportation. Okay. Not enough qualifications to fully staff iron mines. Well, we've got these universities coming through. I don't know how much it's actually helping, to be fair. Right, let's go through these railways one by one because, okay, less transportation, but currently hiring. I'm not sure I fully get this. Oh, but I haven't been able to understand what's going on with the railways for like the entire thing. Productivity. So, right, I'm just going to cop out of this. Okay, slightly increased taxes here. Let's speed up a bit. Elected bureaucracy. I can't. Right, here we are. Pump jacks. Okay. Is central planning still overpowered? I actually reckon I should, honestly, like some of these, I really should have got these a while ago, like, honestly. Yeah. I've neglected the production tree. I mean, I don't even look into the military tree at all. It's only stuff that I've just automatically got. Look, there you go. But I've staved off war with the neighbours, so it's fine. It's not like it matters. I do feel like I'm getting a bit of a handle on some of this stuff now. But like, I mean these, okay, one second. These railways, why are they so unproductive? I mean, that's not even... Some of them you can't even... Some of them are just like beyond help, right? There's actually nothing I can do by micromanaging the techniques. I mean, this is like... Okay. Just not making enough money. I'm going to keep it... I'm going to keep them publicly traded. Just in terms of like the financing that builds for the capitalist sector, because that's important, but everything else I'm willing to downgrade. So we've got like better fertilizer, right? Technology now. No, not citrus orchards only. Whoops. Wait, where is the... Automatic irrigation, that's the one, isn't it? Wait, is that just for the vineyard? Ah. Social security investment increased. Good, good, good. Ah, here we are. Automatic irrigation. Not enough qualifications. Works on the cotton. See, that's just not... Yeah. So that's just not working, is it? The Great Molasses Flood. A storage tank full to the brim with molasses intended for rum distillation has burst, flooding the streets of Nancy's commercial centre, killing dozens and injuring hundreds of bystanders. Yeah, we don't want more radicals. Support the workers. Pretty British of you not to understand railways. Yeah, yeah, that is so true. And the French, one of the good things about France, one of the few good things is that they have great trains. So does Spain, actually. Everyone talks about German trains, but actually I think like France and Spain have really outstripped them, and Italy as well. Not that it's a competition in a sense, like it would just be nice to have good trains in the UK, but we have some of the worst trains in Europe. So, is Vicky 3 good now? Should I finally buy it? I think it depends on like whether you like this type of game. If you liked Victoria 2, which by the way, for the record, I haven't played, but I'm told that they're very similar. If you liked Victoria 2, I think there have been some quality of life improvements for sure, but yeah. Wait, what? Okay, well. Sometimes it tells you it's going to improve your productivity substituting from one thing to another. And then it tells you it's going to improve your productivity substituting back the other way. So, that makes sense. Makes all the sense. Okay, yeah, this is not actually good. Oh. Well, let's leave. I mean, these just don't have enough money to like self-fund, right? So that's why we're... Qualifications. Colonies are a pain. For real. I recently learned about indicative planning. What it is essentially is the state doing planning in a way to correct imperfect information in the market. Some say it would be good for socialism. What do you think? Yeah, I'm in favor of that type of planning. I mean, one thing I will say, indicative planning, I'm not 100% sure what the definition of that is as distinct from like industrial policy. I feel like they're one and the same thing, although I'm happy to be corrected on that. And I am in favor of some kind of industrial policy for most countries. I think also that actually states in practice engage in a lot of it anyway. That, you know, you've got things like central banks which support the financial sector, as well as more recently the business sector, the corporate sector, with their financial operations. You have things like government bailouts, you have things like intellectual property laws. All of these things to me seem to promote certain sectors, and you have like zones and things like that, right? Workers at the rubber plantations in French Guiana are being severely mistreated. Yeah, let's slow it down, because I kind of want to try and build up the trade unions. So yeah, like, governments are already doing that, and I think bringing it above board and like sorting and like making it explicit and making it, you know, equitable and effective and fair, and having sticks as well as carrots, as opposed to, you know, just favors for your mates, which is what we do in the UK, I think is really good. Like, because ultimately a lot of industries do just struggle in an increasingly integrated global economy without some kind of protection. Now, for some of the lucky few, that protection can be arrived at, can be created by being a really successful private sector firm. Not that those firms don't have privileges, but I do think if you're a big enough monopoly, then you can insulate yourself from the volatility of markets. But if you're anything less than like a behemoth, then you just can't. You just can't. And that is the reality of capitalism. And it's obvious to anyone like without an economics degree. It's one of those things where it's like, well, dare I say, you need to unlearn it, right? But it's like one of those things where you do an economics degree and they're like, oh no, trade is really good, the market just equilibrates, and you're sort of forced to abandon your common sense, which is probably a bit more instructive, albeit that's not to ignore the difficulty of actual successful industrial policy, because there are plenty of failures, right, and plenty of reasons not to support any one given policy. Railway. But there's some interesting stuff coming out of, like, arguably the mainstream of the profession, right, as on industrial policy, like Danny Roderick and people like that. If you look at the new industrial policy, I think they call it, whether it's actually new or whether it's just repackaged heterodox ideas, I'll leave you to consider. But, you know, wherever it is, I'll take it. If it has a positive effect in the real world, then, you know, I can't be asked to squabble about methodology. Seems Argentina IRL is going into hyperinflation. Just a couple of months after Milei, the Koch Foundation plant took over. Is it actually? Because this is, I mean, that's funny. Because if he's dollarizing, that would be the one thing where I would have predicted. I would have been like, yeah, look, I think Milei is going to be really bad socially. I think he's going to be bad for like Argentinian businesses. I think he's going to be really negative politically. I think he's going to be repressive. I don't think he's going to be good for growth or anything like that. But I do think he's going to tame inflation by dollarizing. But then is that what's happening? It's still failing, because that would be like the only outcome that really, I think, that's part of what he was elected on, and corruption as well, right? Not managing to. The Peronists are fully responsible for this. How could they put a corrupt candidate against Milei? Well, but I mean, fully responsible is like, come on, partly responsible, surely. Why are you playing as France? I just got here. Well, I wanted to play as a European country because I played as Sweden. I wanted to play as like a colonist because I just enjoy colonizing so much. So it was between basically France and Britain. And a certain somebody who isn't here told me that France has like more content than Britain. Like there's more stuff that happens. So I was like, okay. The Deutsche Bahn in Germany is famously awful. What? I think, but Germany's rails have like deteriorated, right, over the years. But like German public transport in general is quite good. Like the trams within cities are very good, from what I remember. Admittedly, I haven't really done a massive train across country in Germany. Oh, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton, I was just speaking. I was just talking about you and how you recommended France. What a coincidence. Provence. Groceries. Why? Is it low oil? We need oil and meat. Oil and meat. I was looking into the modding workshop for this game. I found a mod called the Monroe Doctrine, which makes the US get an event that lets it involve itself in most wars in Americas if a European power is involved. Man, the modders are absolutely inspiring. Maybe I should do some mods. Oil and meat. Livestock ranches. I mean, where is it successful? It's not even successful anywhere. What is this? I think the thing is, because of if you start going through the industries individually, right, then if you're paused, then they won't update properly in time. So you change them all on the basis, it's like a fallacy of composition, right? It's like the basis that if you change It predicts like that change in isolation, right? Like ceteris paribus, if you just change this one. And if it's paused, they'll all be assuming that you're not changing the industries in the other locations. But when you put them all together, you end up basically just completely fucking it. I mean, why don't I just do them all at once and exempt those? Is that better? My lord. Right, let's automatically expand this. Can I get any oil? So oil is currently cheap, but what I'm looking at is actually, well, I'm going to import all this oil, even though the short-term effect is, what's this? Inactive. What do you mean inactive? Peru, British. Why is it inactive? That's not fun. Okay, that's better. I was just importing a bit too much. Okay, now. So we needed meat and oil. Now here's a problem for you. I can't remember what for. Oh, was it food? It was food. Okay, I'm going to try this. Okay, I'll exempt those. Now what happens if I try to import oil? No. Okay. Obligation expiring. Yeah, I don't care. Okay, oil. Oil. Applications. New import route. See, there the productivity's increased because I've changed my production methods, right? I'm taking Econ 150 right now and struggling to understand how all the trade is good for everyone thing. Like, it makes no sense to me. I mean, those basic models just abstract from a lot of what is actually interesting and important about real global trade. Like, it's inherently political, right? It's really tied up with geopolitics. It's like, geography matters a lot. And like the details of the trade deals matter a lot, right? It's not just like, oh, you've got bananas, I've got apples, let's trade, which you could believe from some rhetoric and some theories, right? If you learn Ricardo's comparative advantage. Now, I do think Ricardo's comparative advantage is like a really interesting and worthwhile mathematical exercise, as long as you take it with a pinch of salt. Because Ricardo was like, you know, even Ricardo was just like, yeah, there's loads of assumptions that this makes and they may not hold. One of them was the mobility of capital. Do we have mobile capital in the current world? Yes, obviously. Probably as mobile as it's been. There's no construction sector there. Railways boosting. I mean, there, yeah. I welcome such event mods. USA is too passive in this game. It's also a historical mod. Right, yeah. USA, it is interesting how little impact the USA makes. I mean, we are going through like the 19th century when we start the game, and it sort of prompts you to finish after 100 years, doesn't it? But although it doesn't look like they've been very passive. Jeez. They're doing their thing. Conquest. Chat stream with, do you mean with the chat stream with Elizabeth Pop Berman, Floyd? Two guys with the same exact name were discussing two opposing views in the chat. Were they? I feel like I don't remember that. Right, what's going on with these agitators then? So I can't invite any of them. What's going on with my laws? Oh. Wait, what about women? Because I forgot we got feminism. Wait, we can't even... Right, okay, come on. Restricted child labour. That is a recipe for disaster. I like how we've got like wage subsidies, but nobody supports it because we like cheat hacked our way to it. Multiculturalism. I mean, this is just like, I can't do anything except colonialism. Welcome to France. Maybe I should bolster the trade unions instead of suppressing the agricultural party. No, because I need to industrialize. Who else am I? Suppressing the rural folk. Oh, and the landowners. Yeah. Sorry, trade unions. We'll leave it for now. My standard of living's going back up. Okay, the number of labourers is almost as high as the number of peasants now. Mate, how do I make use of this obligation then? So they are something. Where even is it? This one. So like Poland. Fuck it, just absolve it. Have you heard of participatory planning? It's basically decentralized, stateless, planned economic model. Supporters of the model say they address concerns of planning through decentralization. I mean, I have heard of it. Everything I look at from that brand of anarchist, you know, although I like the idea, it's like the authority to enforce these things just doesn't seem to come from anywhere, and they just seem to assume that everyone will have like agreements. I think anarchists sometimes underestimate the prevalence of xenophobia. And I hate to sound like a right-winger, but I do think xenophobia or like in-group, out-group mentalities are actually quite a strong human tendency. And like one of the great marvels of the modern world is actually multiculturalism. And I just think like a centralized state that's able to distribute resources and enforce other rules is necessary. Now you might say you want to create something that's like not quite a state, it's like a historically distinct institution, which is fine by me. I accept that that's real. You can't just say that every authority is a state. States have, you know, states have specific histories. It's like the police, right? It's like people say, oh, well, you get rid of the police, so you're gonna, well, who's gonna like enforce the laws, or who's gonna have security? It's like, well, no, the police haven't existed forever. Actually, they're quite modern. There were other ways of enforcing peace or whatever. So I feel that that's the same. Like, you don't have to have a modern type of state, but some type of centralized authority. But then you said it tries to balance centralized authority with decentralized. Yeah, From Farms to Factories was completed eventually. Encourage liberal thought. Protected speech. We really want the intelligentsia in the government, don't we? Does this game have a chill easy mode kind of thing where you can just make a nice country and rule the world? Well, it depends on the country you play as. I think that's the answer. So like Sweden is often recommended. That was my first game was as Sweden. Like, if you go Sweden, you've got good relations with like the colonial powers. You've got some nice natural resources, fairly peaceful, homogenous population. It's easy. And if you go as like, you know, Zimbabwe or something, then it's going to be much more difficult. Or like China, you know, India, a lot of these countries. I mean, even some countries in Europe as well, right? Prussia's probably quite difficult because you've got to like unify. I've played as Brazil as well. Yes. Come on. I just can't establish these colonies. It's quite annoying. I mean, I remember Sweden. I got Sweden to socialist pretty quickly. Any good system should be able to withstand bad actors. Yeah, I think so. And I don't... When anarchists... Again, there's different brands of anarchists, right? I really value anarchist thought and history, but when you get a lot of these anarchists who are proposing these kind of ideas, when you ask them like, well, how is this going to be enforced? It gets quite vague because there's this kind of horizontalist idea, and it's like, well, no, you need like a third party to enforce it, right? Otherwise it can break down. You know, you need a big bully. I don't know. Maybe I'm just Western centric, but I do think you need a big bully. Well, I think it would be extremely difficult to invade the entire world on this. Like, and if you want to do that, you're probably best off starting as Britain. But like, it's war takes its toll, and like you don't, yeah. Taking over the entire world, I don't know. It's worth look that up on YouTube. Has anybody? I took over the entire world on Victoria 3 type thing. Well, I've got an idea. 230k per 30k. 100, right. Oh, actually. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this consumption tax on services, even though it... And I'll tell you why, because I want to bolster the trade unions. We need to start getting some of these better rights and stuff, don't we? And look at like our socialist future beyond just industrialization. Against the odds. Despite not enjoying full rights under French law, some wealthier Catholic people have begun moving into neighbourhoods and frequenting establishments they would normally be excluded from. We need some new regulations to keep the peace. They have fairly earned their success with all it entails. Yeah, good. Keep the peace. See, this is getting better, right? Gradually, the loyalists and radicals, it was so bad for so long. I mean, it still is, really. A Hobbism? Do you mean a Hobbesian? Bad Bayesian. Declare neutrality. I love being neutral in every single conflict. Okay. Private construction. I mean... Tools. Nothing's that expensive, really, is it? Oil. Let's get the fucking oil going. Well, no, that doesn't... Okay. Oh, why haven't I built these oil rigs? Am I a moron? Well, obviously. Why haven't I built these oil rigs? Right. We're going to need oil for our glorious fossil fuel-filled future. Yeah, I do. Ator, I kind of agree with you, actually, that I think there's a fine line between, like, making war too attractive, which I think was the case in, like, the early Civilization games. And, like, a lot of these early games, it was just all built around war. And I do think you should be able to succeed. Maybe the primary method of succeeding should be without war, or without major war, at least. Without conquest, like, just taking over the entire map. On the other hand, I just think the mechanics of combat in this aren't that interesting, and it's like, okay, you are going to have to go to war. You can have civil wars. You might end up at war with someone next to you, and it's like, at least make the gameplay interesting. I mean, that was bad, right? Let's do that. That was so bad. I can't believe I just did that. There should actually be an undo button, really. I think, for the, at least for the industry methods, where you can just be like, undo what I just did. I would rate that. French Comté, Guyane, Lorraine and Manajou. Railway and Manajou. It's a bit of a needle in a haystack when I'm trying to find a specific building from a specific place. Where is it? What's going on here? Declare neutrality. That's my only move. I'm neutral. I'm France. We don't get involved in wars. You once talked about the Preston model in the article addressed to Matt Brunig. How important do you think the Preston model is exactly? Should similar practices be a focus point in local politics? Yeah, good question. I think so. I like the Preston model partly just for its achievements. It managed to revitalise what was a declining town in an era of austerity. So despite centralised cuts, things actually got much better in Preston, which is really great. But yeah, like it promotes like worker cooperatives or like local sort of public local sort of public goods. Like, so there's this idea of the anchor institution in community wealth building more generally than just Preston, where they have something like a hospital, which is like, it's never going to move, right? You're always going to have a hospital. It's priority in terms of funding and staffing and things. So you have that and you try and build things around it, like both in terms of geographically, but also in terms of things that are connected to it through supply chains or like education and stuff. So you create this kind of cluster, this symbiotic relationship. And yeah, just like going local in terms of supplies and things like that. I think it's a really good idea. I mean, it's not, again, this type of stuff, I mean, you don't want everywhere to only get supplies from their local area, because that's sometimes actually not what's best for the broader economy or even for something like the environment. You might think buying local is good for the environment, but it just sometimes isn't. And yeah, so you need to be careful. Like, not everything should be local, but we have different administrative levels. We have local governments, we have national governments, right? And we have maybe, you know, municipalities in between or whatever. And you have corporate entities as well, and, you know, various organizations like the NHS, whatever you'd want to call them. So they can all hopefully interact to kind of try and balance these things. But local governments just need more power, because the Tories just don't give local governments power. And it's just a classic thing of, you know, Tories, free market people. You see this with Javier Milei as well to an extent. It's like, in order to enact an ultra free market style of capitalism, you have to trample on people, and that includes local governments, which are more responsive to the needs of their local populations. And so yeah, local communities, local councils and things definitely need like the money and the autonomy and the ideas and the staff to pursue these types of things. Parties, particularly the Republican Party, are struggling to raise enough funds for all their campaigning needs this election. Yeah. Give them some money. Come on, the intelligentsia. Can we get any agitators? Presidential Republic. Elected bureaucrats. Wow. He's petit bourgeois. Invite him. Okay. Whoa. Should we try that? People might get upset. There might be a bit of a revolution clock. Low success, but... Whoa! Petit bourgeois are getting well annoyed. Okay. Right, maybe I'll just cancel this. Oh shit, you can't. Okay, now this is very much I've got myself into this. I've made my bed. Okay. What can I do to... I mean, I can delete... Can I upgrade the government administration technology? Nope. Hereditary, professional, secular administration. Telephone switchboards. Maybe I should enact central planning. Has invented central planning. Where is central planning? Go, go, go. Influence. Have I been to Preston? Yeah, I've been to Preston. Is the game good now? The game is better than it was. It's just not dissimilar to what it was. So I think if you liked it before, you'll like it more. If you didn't like it before, it's probably not enough to move the needle for you. Poor huddled masses. Okay. Man, this is right. Go government administration, right. He entrenched his dynasty, so I don't see a way of getting republic without a fight. What, him? I mean, he's pretty annoyed. Preserve monarchy. Oh, God. Unacceptable. Whoa, yes. This is what we want, right? Wait, why can't I do that? Is it because they won't... Will they not side with each other? What's going on? That's so annoying. I should have suppressed the petit bourgeois when I had the bloody chance. I fucked it. It's legit without the landowners. It's pretty impressive. Yeah. Come on. It's what you get from suppressing the landowners. It's only good. To be fair, I did boost the armed forces for a while. Just purely strategically. Right, come on, central planning. And then we can do some of these technologies. Come on, come on, come on. Opportunistic members of the intelligentsia have defected. Try to coax some back. Mate, fuck it. I don't have bureaucracy to spare on that shit. Okay, so how much? Gosh. Publishing Committee Prosecutions. A committee of publishers associated with the Catholic Church that produces incendiary pamphlets has been brought before the court. Quietly muzzle them. Good. Military stats. The King's speech. King Ferdinand Philippe Orleans delivered a roaring speech in an attempt to forestall the progress of France becoming a republic. Challenge the speech. Oh god, the success chance is down to 1% now. Jeez. Waffling. Might be possible to use this hesitancy. Stressing the importance of staying up to date with recent military advancements, the government has proposed sending Antoine Lamartine on a military fact-finding mission to the Netherlands. Good, 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 good. Yeah, go Scandinavia. I think I did create Scandinavia when I played as Sweden as a coherent thing. A doctor in Guyenne has been caught aiding wounded revolutionaries. No, let's do that one. Jeez. Okay. An officer and a gentleman. Ugh. Okay. Slow it down a bit. There's a 1% chance of enacting it. This is so bad. This is the other thing. It's so unpredictable, I think, because like, or maybe that's just me not looking at the details enough of like which groups support it. But things have changed, right? Like, look, since I proposed it, public opinion shifted. Yeah, the AI has almost formed the US as well. Hmm. Can I use agitators to... Hmm. I've gained 2 million radicals. Yeah, I know. It's been so bad. Look. Look at that. Hmm. A group of revolutionaries have carried out a robbery of a French state in Burgundy. French state bank. A significant amount of money has been stolen and redirected to the revolutionaries' coffers. Alright, we just gotta... Okay. Yeah, there's really no chance of this happening and it's only going to end in revolution, isn't it? I'm going to have to... stop it. At least I've got some good institutions. Let's increase law enforcement again. For like the 3rd time. Because it keeps getting dropped back down. But I am going to... 100, 100, 100. I kind of want to suppress the petit bourgeois now. So they've got what? Engineers, shopkeepers, bureaucrats. The thing is, they're quite useful people, and there's some labourers, although not that many. Maybe I don't want to suppress them. I was doing quite well on radicals and loyalists, and then it just reverses like that. That's so annoying. We are about to get central planning, actually. Which means we should be able to improve our government administration. Tools. Nah, 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 nah. Fine art. Doesn't matter. Let's get rid of some of the unproductive trade routes. Oh yeah, well, remember when I started to import loads of wood? Oh yeah, we need oil. We do need oil. We'll leave the oil ones. What was using oil? What was the main thing? Was it some of these plantations? What else do I need? I need a government administration, university. Get another university in there. I mean, this is mad, right? Rubber rush. Rubber has been successfully grown in French Gabon. Alright, fine. Need even more bureaucracy. I mean, we're waiting for the police, right? City skyline. Oh yeah, people. That's been recommended to me. The only one I've really played is SimCity. Come on, central planning. Right, now. Advanced test training. No. Okay. Government administration, telephone switchboards. Oh, we can't get... Okay, we've got a shortage of telephone... We have? Oh, whoa. Look at that. That deficit. Fuck. Okay. Okay. So we literally don't have telephones. Okay, that wasn't... Electrics Industries. Electrical generation is after shift work, which makes sense. Okay, fine. Until then, I actually don't think we can do that, can we? I mean, I doubt any of them will work, right? Yeah. Okay, we need electricity. Fine. Intelligentsia used to be powerful, now they're influential. Yeah, I completed Dark Souls 3 recently. I think I must have just got good, because it actually wasn't that hard. Like, I did the Nameless King, and I was like, the Nameless King is like famous, right? And like it's a good boss, and it still took me like somewhere between 10 and 15 tries, so like plenty of tries. But it's like Malenia in Elden Ring literally took me like 70. See what? The railways are just not going well. Yeah, I don't know, but the Nameless King, like, while he's cool, it's like, it's kind of, guess it's similar to a lot of Elden Ring bosses. Like an easier version of, like, Malenia. I still haven't done the DLCs, I'll probably get them. Right, laws. Can we get rid of child labour yet? No. That looks... I don't like the ratios on that. Don't like the fucking... Oh. Alright. Slavery's banned. Can't do right of assembly. Proportional taxation? Nope. Multiculturalism? Of course not. This is how life looks like without trade unions. Yeah. Where have the trade unions actually gone? Have they disbanded? Did they actually disband? I feel like I kind of missed that because so much happened at once. They don't actually exist anymore. Was that the result of the fucking attempt to push through that a presidential republic? Still trying to get me to do it. Yeah, well, not again. If I scroll down, but wait a second. It doesn't... No, they're not here. Oh, because it's in reform government, sorry. Yeah, no, they are there, they are there. It was in the reform government. Trying to bolster them. Auvergne, Limousine, Lorraine. 1 second. Railway and Auvergne, Limousine. Cannot find it. If anybody wants to point it out to me. Oil discovered in Congo. Ooh. That's good. Ah. Can I build ports there as well, or? Don't think so. What about the rain? I think that's in. It's oh my god, what do you call it? Landlocked. Oil. Oil discovered in Gabon. Mate, oil's been discovered everywhere, right? We're entering the age of oil. Oh, is that? Oh, I thought there were our areas. Okay, maybe not. Import some engines. Okay, let's also expand this engine production and get, because the engines are just too expensive. Okay. I mean, I don't know if we're necessarily in the best place to expand engine production. If the game isn't doing the auto expand thing, then I kind of incline not to do it, because it's just like, that means we don't have like the funds. But then they are still too expensive, so. Wait, why is that not working? Why won't it let me import? Oh, in Sicilian market, specifically. Oh, I was in the Sicilian market. Okay, I was like, I didn't think cloves were really expensive. That was slightly confusing, wasn't it? Okay. Have to invade the Middle East. Yeah. Yeah. What are we saying about this diplomatic lens then? You didn't miss anything. I mean, we tried to enact a presidential republic, Connor, but then there was a very serious threat of civil war, which kind of set me back, even the threat of it, quite a lot, because my radical population increased loads. I feel like it bolstered some of the more unsavory elements of the government, like the petit bourgeois. Well, not the government, the interest groups. Yeah. Law enforcement. Kind of waiting for like electrical generation now. The rubber plantations aren't doing very well. French Guiana needs... What does it need? It's got universities, right. To be fair, those three are probably... If I... 1 second. I might have to downsize there, right? Like, because... Oh, I can't. Oh, shit. Employment, cash reserves. Do basic production. Right, why does this... Oh, okay. It does seem to be doing slightly better since I changed it to more basic production methods. Well. Just boost construction across the board. Shift work. Yeah, this does like it. Your conversation in the chat's really interesting. It's like it does seem to follow like classical political economy quite a lot. This game, I guess they're inspired by it because like the landlords are the enemy for a very long time, and like the industrialists are the engine of growth until you reach a stage where you actually have to overcome them with the trade unions. It's all very classical political economy. Right, let's slow this down now we've got to central planning. I just wanted to fast track that. So there wasn't really that much to do. Not central planning, sorry, electricity. But also, by extension, central planning. Right, come on, electricity. Wait. Power plants. That's what they're called. Where can build a power plant? Should power plant not exist automatically in active trade route? Um, the power plants can't be. They can't be in rural. Oh, here. Potential, right? Okay. Provence. Oh. I only do it in ones that have fairly favourable. But I do think we need to. Engines. It uses engines. Okay. Go with all the power plants. Right, that's it. I'm playing as the British next time after that. Wait, are we not? We're not. Oh, we've got. Oh, we've got aniline. Malaria prevention. Ooh. International exchange wouldn't hurt. Oh, wow. And elevators. Okay. Good, good, good. Some good looking stuff. Look, I'm already France. Despite not enjoying full rights under French law, some wealthier Protestant people have begun moving into neighbourhoods and frequenting establishments they would normally be excluded from. Yep, that's fine. Quite high assets. Is there? I don't think there are any institutions I can improve. Yeah, I might try the king. King dynasty. That could be an interesting one, actually. It's a bit like Brazil, isn't it? 'Cause it's like early tumult, but then a lot of potential. Because Brazil has like went to civil war when trying to abolish slavery. When I played as them. Okay, French Guiana. We're not far away from the turn of the century, everyone. Good. Trade states. No. Stop trying to trade states with me, everyone. There's nothing less appealing. Got an election coming. Democratic Alliance, Reform Government, Contested Government 64. See, I wish I could confirm that. Look at that. The Industrialists and the Intelligentsia together. That's a classic liberal party. Paradox. How did you solve the opium problem without invading anywhere? Wait, I didn't. I didn't play as king. I mean, I haven't done it yet. I will invade. The only reason I'm not invading as France is because it's like I can't see the benefits. There doesn't seem like there's that much of an upside. I'm in the middle of Europe, right? I mean, I have colonized some places. Right, where's this? 1 second. Construction efficiency is way down. Why? Infamy generation. Tension decay. I do have all these strange things going on. Why are they not producing anything? Is it because there's no demand? 1 second. Okay, now can I do this? My lord, look at that deficit. Is it going to adjust? No. What are we saying about the electricity? Oh, telephones. Electrics Industries. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm an idiot. I thought it was just power plants that I needed. It's not. It's, the electrics industry. Mechanized farming, plastics. Ah, there we go. Okay, good. That's what we need to unlock. Okay, I just built loads of power plants for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Big brain move. Big brain move. Can't generate any electricity. Why is the construction all like delayed? We've got some weird shit going on. Okay, explosives factory. Jeez. Okay, that's still a pretty serious deficit, actually. I mean, our taxes are so low. Unrealized taxes. I'm still very... Government administration. Is it like... But the low taxes there, I don't know what the actual reason for it is, if it's low administration or... One second. If I go... Right. Champagne. The Champagne province. Information. Tension decay. Loan interest rate. Opposition interest group. Government ideology penalty. Succession progression speed. State construction efficiency. From trade unions. Oh, they're doing work to rule strikes. Mate, that's classic. That's classic France. You gotta love it. Right, okay, so basically there's just too much shit going on in that one province alone for me to begin to understand. I'm glad you enjoyed the FAQ Ghost's Nest. Nobody has asked me what my views on NMT are. Nobody has asked me what my views on Yanis Varoufakis are either. Switch to electric lights in urban centres. Good one. Silver Life, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, urban centres are in here. Wait, where are they? Well, there's some demand there. Just get it going. Low maximum organisation. Ah, okay. Hey, this guy's from the trade unions. Cool. What's this presidential republic saying? You see, it is gradually swaying. It is gradually swaying. We'll do it. We will do it again. Can't get the agitators back in. Yep. Yanis Varoufakis likes Taylor Swift. Well, he doesn't like her as much as I do. I do have it on good authority that Varoufakis is quite sexist, by the way. So, I mean, that doesn't mean you don't like female pop singers, but Taylor Swift is very much an unapologetic woman, and I just can't imagine Varoufakis getting down to that. I also appreciate that wasn't a serious question, but I answered it seriously anyway. Are we producing engines at the what? Motor industry, right? I've reduced the profitability of the motor industries, but they're now producing much more. No. Maybe that'll reduce the price of engines a bit. They're just a bit expensive. We're going to need them. Guyenne, Normandy, Auvergne, Limousin. Right, what's going on with the railways there? That would be bad. That would be bad. That would also be bad. Swap that out. Just struggling. Normandy. I mean, they do need to expand, right? Normandy. Oops. Jeez. See, this is what starts to annoy me about like the interface. It's like if you misclick, you end up kind of losing it all. Guyenne, Normandy, and Auvergne, Limousin. Right. Well, we can try and boost. Oh. Oh. Okay. What? Where are we in Normandy? There we go. Auvergne, Limousin, and railway in. Guyenne. There we go. Right. Hi, Econo Boy. What makes Yanis sexist? He talks a lot about defeating patriarchy. I'm talking more about interpersonally, Moplum. It's like his a lot of women who've interacted with him or been on panels with him say that he's very like aggressive, interrupts them, blah blah blah. You know, talks over them. Here's a real question. Do you feel like the systems dynamics models put forward by Keen offer a promising alternative to mainstream macro models, or do you think it's more needless maths? I think they offer an alternative that's like worth pursuing. I don't think they're at the stage, in terms of like their fit to the data, they're not great. Now, one thing about mainstream macro models is that they do fit the data quite well, even though they're still stupid, because fitting the data... a lot of people don't understand that fitting the data is actually quite a low bar in terms of scientific progress. It's not a low bar in terms of like the amount of effort it takes you, but it is a low bar in terms of scientific progress. So mainstream models do fit the data. Keen system dynamics models don't. Although Matthias Griselli, the mathematician that works with Keen, he has pushed that a bit more, but it's like some of it just gets so complex mathematically, man. I mean, this is one of the things about mainstream models. They, in a way, they are complex mathematically, but like, if you start putting differential equations together in like chaos theory style to model the economy, that gets unsolvable very quickly. And yeah, there is this problem with those types of models, is that they're too mechanical. Like if you look at them, they're kind of like, they oscillate, right? Because it's a differential equation, so you've got this kind of oscillation if you get the eigenvalues are a certain value, like they go like, which is like a kind of swinging pendulum, or even the weather. Jewel, there you go, he's dead. Oh, I thought we were past Jules. But that's not really what economies look like, is it? Economies have booms and busts, right? They have periods of expansion, then sudden plunges, and they have periods of stagnation as well. And it's like, do these systems dynamics models manage to capture that? No, I mean, not that DSG models do necessarily either, but they do fit other moments of the data. Anyway, I think it's worth pursuing. I like it when Keane talks about it, and when I read his book, because I read his book, his most recent one, The New Economics, a Manifesto, just before speaking to him, and it was like, yeah, it's like, I get it. Like, there's some aggregate relationships that you can model, and you can get some intuitive results, and it makes sense to put it together, and it fits with the monetary side of the economy, and it can reproduce some stylized facts, I think. Yeah, Yanis wrote about patriarchy in Another Now, right? Or is that from Another Now? He was very conscious that socialism wouldn't mean the abolition of patriarchy, but man, like, if you're surprised that a socialist or anyone who talks the talk about abolishing patriarchy is actually still quite sexist in real life, like, don't be. That's fucking, it's a tale as old as time. Weird anti-patriarchal hippie spiritual gurus who basically have like harems and really mistreat and abuse the women in them. Very old. I'm not saying Yanis is doing that, by the way. I'm just saying it happens plenty. Loved. Oh, he's petit bourgeois. Ah, that's good, right? Okay. We will get this bloody presidential republic. Hopefully today. %70 chance. Wait. Enact with 100% chance. Whoa. Go. Hopefully we've got the residual bureaucracy to withstand the resistance of the petit bourgeois. Look, I just know people. Well, there's it's the instances that these panels and stuff and people's interactions with them. I have them pretty credible, like second hand, you know, not third hand or anything. Like people who've sat with him and like everybody saw it, and people were like, everyone was confirming it. I don't want to get too specific. I mean, he is, man. Like he is based. Like, you know, people are flawed, right? And they're complex, and that's not an excuse because like he may well have behaved like an asshole, but people, you know, you're not gonna find if you have that kind of attitude, the revolution will never happen, right? That's my. Which doesn't mean not calling it out. It doesn't mean that you have to invite him to your events if you think he's a wanker. But you can't like just be like, oh, I'll never read him again. You know, I'll never learn from him. Like I would obviously want to interview Varoufakis on my channel. You know. I think drawing the line is tricky. It's very tricky. But I don't want to do entire purity tests, and nor do I want to ignore the behaviour. But I happen to know that no transfer of states. I happen to know that because of his behaviour, he wasn't invited back. So, you know, that's on him. My next video topic, Econo Boy, it's Thomas Sowell, of course. Hey. The best book I've ever read. It's 2.5 hours long, so it's stop trying to get me to fucking. Oh, good, trade agreement. Spoke too soon. That's good. That's good. So yeah, it's 2.5 hours long, and that's only part 1 of the Thomas Sowell video. It's very Polanyiist. The first part. The first part's very Polanyiist. The second part's going to be more focused on maybe some practical matters of perhaps more, probably more of the things Sowell is known for, in a way. So like the American dream, maybe some things like race, things like his attitude towards politicians and government and experts. I think those are going to be in the second part of it. It's more, but the first part we've got a target and attack his basic view of economics, like that he promotes in Basic Economics, because I think that he's got it all wrong. How markets work, where they fail, and so on. Yeah, it's going to be really long. But anyway, it's like, I think the cut, my editor said he'd finished the first cut. I think the rough cut, but yeah. It's quite cool, right? And yeah, my new editor's really fast and relatively cheap. I suppose if you pay by the hour, then it's like one and the same, which is great. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be out in February, like hopefully mid-February. I haven't got all the other additional materials for it that I needed. Yeah, like quotes read out from people. I'm still waiting on some of those, and like animations and shit. The intro, because Hobby, my previous editor, is still doing the intro, which is like a very silly little bit at the start, which has like a song in it and stuff. Like him singing, not me, for don't worry. Hobby is actually a singer. He did the Free Stuff Is Good actually intro, if you remember that. Okay, I'm going to speed this up. Yeah, Connor, it's interesting with Malthus, like someone like Malthus, it is, as times change, you might find, and like their ideas, whatever was good in their ideas has been incorporated and whatever was bad has been discarded. You might find that you don't want to interact with those types of people. I think in our current moment, well, in any contemporaneous moment with contemporaneous thinkers, you do have to engage with them, right? Like you're sort of forced to. You know, I'd rather not engage with Jordan Peterson, but that's the reality, right? Or even Steven Pinker. Will we ever get a video about the Austrians and why they never seem to go away no matter how many times they're wrong about everything? Probably, yeah. It's a big rabbit hole, Austrian economics. I just think it's, yeah, it requires a lot of effort. And it's actually not the same as Thomas Sowell, right? So it's like, although they definitely like Thomas Sowell, he is not an Austrian economist, really. I can't. Right now. Now what can I do? Electrics Industries. Ew. Cross-border investments. Fine. Yeah, I'm not especially good at arguing with people who like really just so fundamentally disagree with me, I think. Maybe nobody is really. It's very difficult, right? Because it's like, I think at that stage you're not really going to settle anything if you don't have like any shared values or any shared agreement on reality and like information, empirical evidence, how to gather empirical evidence, the theories that you subscribe to, you know, all of these things. I find it very hard to bridge that gap. I think partly because academics are kind of trained to, we've got frameworks that we all agree on. And although I have said negative things about seminar culture in economics, like in the past, debate bro culture is on the internet is obviously much worse and more toxic, right? And social media and Twitter and stuff, right? So that, I think that's like, yeah, it's hard to navigate that because I'm used to people engaging in good faith. And also one thing academics do a lot is if somebody raises a point, even if you disagree with it a bit, if you think they've got like half a point, you just go, oh yeah, that's interesting, we'll look into that, right? And that's obviously not, that's not a good debate strategy or whatever. So I don't know, I can't really imagine myself speaking to like a Trump supporter or something. I'd just be like, in real life I could, right? In real life I can have conversations with all sorts of people, but it's not the same doing it for an audience. Hey. Can't believe it's a rubber input shortage. Good. We don't have that much rubber, do we? Huh. That actually seemed to work. No? Bloody hell. Wait, where are these rubber plantations coming up? Yeah. Marx had some low-key problematic opinions about colonialism, I think. It's funny because he was, you know, in some ways he was this like immense consequentialist, right? This massive admirer of progress. Like you almost get the sense that he would have liked Steven Pinker's Enlightenment now. You know what I mean? Which is just funny because that's not obviously how modern political lines are drawn. Israeli protesters are gathering at the border crossing to prevent trucks of humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. Well, of course. Why wouldn't you? Jesus Christ. I tell you what I watched yesterday was that Ben Shapiro and Destiny on Lex Friedman. I mean, man, like... I mean, there are... I'll say a few things. Firstly... people protested at Destiny being like an exemplar of the left, but like what Lex Friedman actually said was they represent the right and left of American politics, and I do actually think Ben Shapiro and Destiny are probably a good representation of the left and right of American politics in practice, respectively, like the modal Democrat and the modal Republican. But from both of those parties, both of those voters, on foreign policy, it's just incredible. I just couldn't believe how deeply ignorant and biased they were about Palestine. It just seemed ridiculous. Ben Shapiro was like, oh, well, the Israelis are going from house to house and being careful not to kill civilians. It's just like, how can you possibly think they're being careful not to kill civilians? Like, how could you believe that? Because the proof is in the pudding. Surely. This thing again. This is the thing that will break me with this game, when it flicks you back to... But yeah, with Destiny and Ben Shapiro, I mean, I couldn't believe how much they agreed on. It was really only like Trump and Biden, like as individuals as well as perhaps their records to some extent, that they didn't agree on. I think if you take that out, it's basically them agreeing with each other on the main points, you know, with some disagreements on the finer points of what Israel's strategy should be, or, you know. There was some disagreement over government spending. But I don't think Destiny did a particularly good job there. I mean, I don't know. Has anyone else watched it? Like, but Destiny is on the left of American politics, right? Given where American politics is. Like, the modal left. He's not a leftist. But I don't think that's what the idea was. Anna Kasparian. Oh, I actually don't think I watched that one. I haven't watched Cosmic Skeptic and yeah, Cosmic Skeptic. What's just happened to my authority? Oh dear. Suppressing and bolstering. Okay, that'll do for authority. Enact women's suffrage. Workforce ratio. 23%, no way. Protected speech. %53%. Not yet, maybe next time. But DT, I think, like, Destiny, the thing was, I mean, for me, it seemed not that so much that Destiny couldn't rebuke Ben, as in he was bested in debate in some kind of rhetorical sense. It was more that I think the frameworks that they use and some of the assumptions and values they have are actually fundamentally the same. So therefore, it's quite difficult for Destiny to actually push back and be like, no, this is why, like, government spending is good, right? This is why America shouldn't police the world or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't seem like, because he shares that framework, and I think that framework fundamentally ends up pushing you towards the right, perhaps not the extreme right. But then I don't know, I guess it just comes down to I'm not sure how well informed and, like, intelligent those guys really are. Like, and I don't even mean that in, like, I'm not, like, I don't know, I'm not even trying to insult anyone. I mean, and by the way, I don't think intelligence is like a natural trait that you know you're measuring with IQ. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, it's a choice. It's how you conduct yourself, right? It's like, I just don't think that they are especially interesting people to listen to on any of those. The only thing that struck me was, as a trained lawyer, when Ben Shapiro was talking about the law, I thought, okay, you do actually know some of your stuff here. You know about the US legal system. Fair enough. But, like, I mean, at one point Destiny said something like, if somebody uses the word colonial or anti-racism, then I stop listening. And I was just like, I literally know so many Global South scholars who would absolutely fucking school you for that statement. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Just thought it was a bit ridiculous, really. But that's just the general purpose public intellectual, right? That's the general purpose public intellectual. You put them in a room with an actual expert, then it's shown that they just don't know what they're talking about. And I just hope that I never become a general purposes public intellectual, because it's hard enough getting things right in the area of economics, the areas of economics that I choose to study and explore and explain, and that's itself a limited subset of economics as a field. You know what I mean? They were pretty close to getting in a room and making out. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they were, weren't they? Maybe Destiny plans for a lucrative left-to-right grift trajectory. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? But he has... I feel like he has done that. Although, yeah. I don't think he'll ever be like an alt-writer. I don't think he's got that. Because I think he really likes... As an immigrant, it seems like he's a fan of immigration. It seems like he's a fan of kind of sexual liberation. He doesn't really have a problem with like trans people and stuff like that. I'm not saying he's never been on the wrong side of those debates, but he's definitely socially liberal, isn't he? And I also don't think he has a problem with like some redistribution. But yeah, in terms of like, I think often it's less about like your inner soul of your positions, but more who you choose to talk about and target. And he's just one of these people that constantly complains about the left. Yes, come on, women's suffrage. But you like, I mean, look, I love complaining about leftists. I've done it on this stream, but ultimately, like, I am left-wing, and the fact that a bunch of Twitter communists are fucking morons is never going to change my values. Because if you base your opinions of almost any ideology or group on what teenagers say on Twitter, then you are an idiot. And that's where you get into the content spiral, where they're creating content for you to react to and say they're idiots, then they say you're an idiot, and you're actually in a content spiral and you're not really doing anything productive anyway. You're just feeding these algorithms. And we all are to an extent, but when it just becomes, I mean, that's when you get just the pure drama, the second or third order, you know, this person said this person said this, I hate these people, oh, I can't believe these people said this stupid thing, and you're like almost losing sight of the issue. And I do think that's, if you look at Destiny's like subscriber count, because I remember when I started my channel, he was like 300,000 subscribers or something, right? And now he's like, and him and Vorsh were roughly the same, but Vorsh is just sort of going steady, and he's like 300, 400, whereas Destiny's kind of leaned into that world a bit more, and I think it's been rewarded. Yeah, the conservative wheel, I don't know. There was that thing where he said about time, and he was trying to act like social progress always goes forward, and I was like, I actually think Ben Shapiro's right here. Like, it doesn't always go forward. Of course it doesn't. I mean, look at attitudes towards trans people in the UK in the last decade. Like, people were fine with them, and now they're not, because it's been a fucking media frenzy. I mean, yeah. I mean, Ben's, like, he's one of these people, like, obviously he's got a lot of money behind him. He's had a lot of success. He's not going to do badly. But I do find with a lot of these conservatives, if you look at their engagement on their channels, yeah, Ben Shapiro's got what? I don't know. Has he got 1 million YouTube subscribers? Probably, or more. If you look at the engagement, it's really low, because I just don't think you've got, like, often with conservative stuff, I think the nature of it is it's reactionary, right? So it is literally reacting to things that the left may or may not have done. And so those, or like Ben Shapiro Destroyers or whatever, you can get a lot of clicks on that and you'll get subscribers, but people, there are fewer people who are all in on Ben Shapiro, right? Like, if you look at, like, even my small following fan base subscriber count as a ratio of, like, committed subscribers, patrons, you know, people who appear on these smaller streams, to to my total subscriber count, my ratio is going to be much higher than Ben Shapiro's, and not just because he's bigger than me, but because that's what you see with conservative content. You see this high viral video, Ben Shapiro destroys. Look at what the left have done now, blah blah blah. But low engagement on like more everyday stuff. This is what's happened, blah blah blah. Here are the nuances of an argument. Whereas the stuff that I release, I know I'm going to get high uptick and engagement on it. Which is all to come back to this idea that a lot of it is largely content. And like sometimes I wonder what Ben Shapiro actually thinks. You know what I mean? Because like I'm not trying to sympathize with him really, but I've seen him interview people like, for example, Charlie Kirk, who is a fucking cretin. And I just, like, Ben Shapiro isn't an idiot, and he knows that he's talking often in these conservative circles to people who are just actually idiots and don't know anything. And I just wonder if he has like some ideas in his head that are maybe a bit more progressive than he lets on, but he's just very good rhetorically at argue. He could probably argue any side, right? He's like his debate club. I don't know. This is a bit speculative, but I don't know. I do wonder, and I'm quite good at reading people, so I'm confident in what I'm saying, to a degree, with the proviso that obviously I'm not 100% sure, by any means. Denizens of Bullshit Mountain. Destiny's really good at dealing with mask-off racists and don't know what that means, and that's what got him famous. But he's only really good in that narrow slice. There are a surprising amount of people that base their political opinions on whether somebody is annoying to them. Roe versus Wade was overturned. Yeah, literally, like whether you find woke people annoying, and it's like, I mean, one of the best videos about that is the classic Innuendo Studios, right? Why are you so angry? Like, the reason people find woke people, and vegans is the example in that video, right? The reason they find them so annoying is because they're fundamentally questioning something that you've taken for granted and raising the question, are you in fact a bad person in this way? And that doesn't, like the Innuendo Studios video says it, that doesn't mean that they're right. It doesn't mean that you definitely are. It's that they're raising a question that you didn't want to consider. And that is really uncomfortable for a lot of people. That's why people don't like protesters. Can you imagine Ben Shapiro happy? I mean, I've seen him smile more in the past 5 years than in the preceding 5. He does just seem like a robot sometimes. Do you think expressing political views can interfere with someone's ability to get a job in academia? It's something I've been concerned about. Oh yeah, for sure. I think the chilling effect on like Palestinians, one of my colleagues is Palestinian, the chilling effect of this on Palestinians, and as well, to be fair, plenty of Jewish people as well, is palpable in academia. For real. For real. It's really bad because and America's worse for it as well, although that's kind of coming here. Viewing the Communist Party as a major threat to the French nation, French Action has encouraged supporters of the French Action to organise in the groups and attack suspected communists in the speech. Mate, no, fuck that. Electrics Industries. So can we now finally do this? No, because it's still too expensive, I think. 1 second. Um. I'm still streaming. Yeah. Although I am about to stop. Yeah, yeah, it's really tricky. What's this? Oh. That's fine. Protected speech. 65% chance to progress. Not this time. I reckon we'll do it next time. Electricity shortage. We need to let it, the power plants in the electrics industry should have priority, really. Tooth fillings. Wow, I hope that wasn't too painful. The intelligentsia and the trade unions are together at last, yes. This is what we want, right? The Communist Party. The armed forces are going to join the Communist Party. Hello. Mate, maybe I should bolster the armed forces. Damn it. It is literally just these guys. It's okay though. Right, I am going to go now. I am going to go. Good run though. We're doing well. We're doing well. Yeah, interesting discussion towards the end. I think Noam Chomsky, before I leave, probably does have the problem of, yeah, messing up when he talks about other things. But also, he has the problem now that, I'm going to be frank, like, I think he's a bit senile, and I hate his takes on foreign policy now. I hate them. Just, like, so much whataboutism. And he's kind of known for that anyway, but, like, yeah, it's got worse, I think. Really equivocating. Anyway, we'll finish on that note. See you later, everyone. Have a good weekend.